This is a reading for Aries. Aries, how are you doing tonight? Well, it's not tonight, it's the afternoon. The sun is bright outside. Bright enough. Pretty day, especially considering all the precipitation has been happening where I am. I might go outside and do some readings. I might. But I need my battery to be charged more. Anyway, Aries, if you're a subscriber, thank you so much for being part of the channel. And Aries, if you're watching and not yet a subscriber, consider becoming part of the channel. Aries, this is a reading for anyone with strong Aries energy. So do you have an Aries sun? Do you have an Aries moon? Do you have an Aries rising? Do you have, as these are love readings, Aries, do you have Aries in your 7th house? Do you have an Aries Venus? And all these energies apply to you, Aries. If you don't have your 7th house or Venus in Aries, check out the other videos that I've been doing on the zodiac for also your love sign. My cat is here to say hello. It's like, hello. Of course, she's not really giving me much room. I have about a palm's worth of space. You want to move over? No, you can't move over because that's right here. Is that the deal? I'll move that over. Okay, so that's over. You can go over here. Come on, you can move. So quick. She says, of course you made this little portal just for me. She says, look how cute I am when I sit on it. You make all your time making little cat mats for me. You create pretty tables for me to sit on. You make the bed for me to sleep on. When you make a snack for you, I know it's really for us. Because I know everything you do. You do it for me. There's so much cat hair too. She's shedding like crazy. It's like I just got overwhelmed with more cat hair. Anyway, yes, Aries, I'm a fan of cats. I am ruled by cats. I am inundated with cat hair like crazy every 2 seconds. I didn't even snuggle the cats either. I just have that much cat hair floating about. Even though I brush them, it's not enough. Anyway, back to the subject. Aries, this reading will be divided. Oh, thank you so much for the like. This reading will be divided up into 2 parts. First part is going to be a general reading on love. Second part will be the zodiac forecast, a little deeper look into how you and the rest of the zodiac, what their energy is towards you, including Aries. Hello, Nolan. Nice to see you. Aries, I won't be time stamping these videos. It just is like too much of a hassle. But if you want to jump around, the basic rule of thumb is the basic love reading takes about 20 minutes. Maybe it could be 17 minutes. Maybe it could be like 25 minutes, but it's essentially 20 minutes. And then the second part of the reading, the zodiac signs, will be about 3 to 5 minutes apiece, roughly. So you can hop around as you choose. I guess we'll get started. I will also be offering readings if anyone has any question. As long as I'm not in between a reading, I'll be fine with taking your question in between that, because these are readings that I do for the collective. This is my gift to Aries. But if you want to either wait until after that reading is done or in between the mini readings, feel free. I do ask for a donation as my channel is not monetized. So I do depend upon your contributions and support. Shall we get started? Aries, love. Aries, this card fell out. I don't know what it is. We're going to hold on to it. But I want to pull two. Aries and love for May. It's over, Aries. Was that Five of Pentacles at the bottom? Certainly was. Is a drought over, Aries? That Five of Pentacles, excuse me, Five of Cups behind that Knight of Swords. Okay. What kind of drought am I looking at here, Aries? That energy is in the midst of a really lousy, I could use another word than lousy. There is a word that starts with S that's in my head right now, but I try not to use bad words. Some people say a really lousy situation, Aries. Aries, I feel like that situation is at an end. Couldn't be done fast enough for you too, but it's over. Isn't that good news, Aries? Anyway, Ten of Swords was our main energy. I am going to fold these cards back since I read them. What a nasty little chunk of energy there. And this other card that came out, a Nine of Wands. The change that you've been waiting for, the endings that you've been waiting for, Aries, that is finally here. Hello, Lil Kits, if that's how you pronounce your name. Nice to meet you. So, Ten of Swords is the basic message. A change is definitely here. Whatever you've been dealing with, that's over. That couldn't be done fast enough. Bottom of the deck energy told me that. Also, two Nine of Wands, that card that fell out. Also, two, a change that you could not wait fast enough for this to come through. And if anybody would like a reading done, I do ask for a donation. So either buy me a coffee if you are in another country like India. And if you're in the US, you can use buy Cash App. But my channel isn't monetized. I do ask that for personal readings that you show a little love and support that way. So send that donation in, Lilith, Lil Keith, whatever your name is. Sorry about that. Lil Keith. How about I just call you Lil? Lil, send a donation through. Buy me a coffee works in India. It's precisely one of the reasons why I deal with them. So if you want to show a little love and support for what I do a lot of time for these readings. Even these readings that I do, the love readings, they average about an hour to an hour and a half. That's an hour and a half that I do out of my own service times 12. That's almost 15 hours of readings I do that I don't get any compensation for, except my donation to the community. That's my service. So, 10 of Swords and 9 of Wands. Let's go and see what these cards are all about. In fact, I am going to do the tinctures one more time. And let that sound out. Almost done. And there. So let's go and find out more about this Aries energy. What's over? A nasty, particular, stagnant stage of disappointment that's now over. Could it be over fast enough? Been waiting for that phase to be over for quite some time. I have the moon. Let's see what else I have. Three of Cups. And the Hierophant. So, things are finally going to start working in your direction. I'm actually curious about that Hierophant. First, let's go and take a look at Hierophant energy. I wonder why, of all things, with a Ten of Swords, clarifying a Ten of Swords is Hierophant. It's almost too in this energy, Aries, like before you weren't taking seriously, or perhaps in the current situations you've been in, you haven't been really been taken seriously, and now you are. Now you're more than taken seriously. Now, Aries, you're desirable. You're sought after. You're enjoyed. You're respected. Five of Pentacles, Five of Cups definitely can connotate a lack of respect as well. Hierophant, such a curious card to appear, considering the energy that we're establishing. Hierophant is clarified by a Nine of Pentacles. Six of Wands. Definitely respect. Also to acknowledgement. Maybe there was always acknowledgement, Aries. It just was a bit too threatening for people to deal with you. As you truly are. They had to create a facsimile of you with that Five of Cups, Five of Pentacle energy. But Hierophant here basically tells me that now respect is coming, or at least respect that you haven't received in a very long time. Hello, Eli. Yes, do claim it. Because that's what all of this Hierophant is about. The tide is changing. The tide is changing significantly. And it really does feel like before you just weren't taken seriously. You weren't given any respect. People were thinking if they closed their eyes and ignored you, they could also somehow diminish you. There's a period that was going on like that. A period of general disrespect outside of love. I'm not just talking about love. I'm talking about, the day-to-day things that had to be dealt with. And that's changing. That's it over. That's at an end. Before I do Three of Cups, let me go and check out the moon. The moon, I have Knight of Wands, Seven of Wands. Page of Cups. Well, Aries, while this whole situation has been going on, we already know that you have been awaiting, and even with that Knight of Swords energy first, as I initially pulled for that Ten of Swords, it wasn't like a situation in which you were there going, oh, well, this is the way it is. Let me just go and accept it, right? If anything, you were trying to push past it as fast as you could, whatever you could do to urge the whole entire situation to come to an end while waiting impatiently for that. That's what you've been doing. That's the general energy. The moon here, clarified by Knight of Wands, Seven of Wands, and Page of Cups, also doesn't speak. This isn't a moon at all of complacency. This moon energy is a moon of knowing what is deserved. What is deserved, it doesn't really matter if there are no pathways to get what you know is rightfully yours, what's rightfully owed to you. You'll create those pathways. It doesn't really matter what the situations are that you found yourself in, just because you have to deal with it, or just because those situations came right to your face or right to your ears, forcing you to address some areas. It's not like you said, oh, well, I have to behave this way or I have to accept it. No. You didn't acquiesce and you didn't concede, because you yourself know better than anyone, Aries, what it is you deserve, what it is you're going to work towards and get, what it is you'll settle for, and not just anything. And you'll keep on striving until you get that. Also, too, with that pull, bottom of the deck energy, Ace of Pentacles. Knowing what you're worth. Obviously, it hasn't been easy to go and wait for that, but you stuck it out anyway. Stuck it out anyway, Aries, and now is a turning point. Let's find out about this Three of Cups. So Three of Cups. Three of Cups has a Four of Swords. Ten of Wands, really strong final energies here. I think so. The moon just with Ten of Swords and Hierophant, or the moon clarified by, Ten of Swords clarified by the moon and Hierophant. It's pretty intense to me right there. And another 10. We have all the 10s but 10 of Pentacles, Aries. And I'm sure if I clarified a bit more, I'd probably have that 10 of Pentacles coming up. So much at the end of a phase, Aries. A new phase is just about to begin. Perhaps two Aries in this energy, Eight of Swords, 10 of Swords, and 9 of Wands. I don't think it's something that you can see right now, but rest assured, Aries, it's over. It's over. I say because you can't see, because Eight of Swords is here. This isn't necessarily about the characteristic classic definitions of it. This is about what you don't really see coming. But you are at the end. Four of Cups, something you waited, Three of Cups with Four of Swords. Okay, move. Three of Cups clarified by a Four of Swords. So again, we have that energy of waiting. Waiting and biding your time. Waiting for the, you're going to go and move and make the moves that you need to do, but it's not necessarily like you're going to go and accept it. You're not going to say, oh, yes, this is a good deal. still going to keep striving for what you have been waiting for and what you have been striving for, Aries. And I feel it's more than love. Even though I pulled a love reading for you, Aries, I actually have a bit more than that. As I said, this energy isn't just about love. This energy is about life and life stages. And also, too, as different things happen in our life, Aries, obviously that bleeds off into other areas, right? We have a good job. We can live better because we have more money. Hopefully we have the time to go and also, we'll develop more the sort of life that we'd like to have. Obviously, that would include people. You can provide more for the people you care about. You can also go and have the ability to reach out and create new connections in which you can build things with others together. Although I have a love reading that I pulled for you, I have a life reading, Aries. You're in a whole different new phase. What it is you've been waiting for, what it is you've been working towards, Aries. After so much of life being put on pause for you, Aries. Now, true living begins. You have a blessing, Aries. A blessing not just in love, but in life, and also to Aries. You're in a whole new phase, whatever. As I said, there was a word I wanted to use that started with an S, but I'm just going to use lousy. Whatever lousy situations you've been dealing with in general, they're over. Maybe you're in the tail end remnants of that, Aries. Maybe, Aries, those things have already ended not too long ago. It's in the energy that they're ending or they recently have ended. And when I say recently, I'm going to say like maybe the last 3 months. Maybe since the year has begun, maybe a little bit after the year got started. Some things probably completely ended or a bunch. Well, in this energy, 10 of Swords, 10 of Wands, 10 of Cups, a bunch of things have been ending. Snip, 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 snip. And they're going to keep on snipping, Aries, because there's a whole new phase that's coming up. Better things, healthy things, joyful things. So anticipate it, Aries, because you have a blessing coming, especially Aries, with all the not so nice S word that you've been through. Aries, I could say signs, but as I said, I really feel like this is a general life reading. It's like the love of living is going to be coming for you, Aries. And people, Aries, will be coming to share that with you. You, of course, have love here, but you have so much more. You have the love of the universe coming for you, Aries. That's what I have here. Aries signs, I will call out signs, but as I said, I don't quite feel astrological signs as much as I feel this is just a general life reading to know that love is coming into your way, into your life in so many different avenues in all the areas that you've been fasted on. And I mean, like, fasting, not being able to eat, almost that kind of energy that you've been starved of is going to come towards you in abundance. But signs, I do have Gemini, I do have Sagittarius, I do have Cancer, I do have Pisces, I do have Virgo, Taurus, some Libra, and Aquarius. Those are the signs. Strongest signs, I would say, would be Gemini, Sagittarius, Cancer, Pisces. Leo is pretty strong too. I don't know, they're all kind of prominent, but as I said, it's about life as well. Now, let's go and check out your 12 sign zodiac break. These readings, Aries, think about it if you want to give it a color, if you want to visualize the color that I feel. It's a pink aura energy. Not quite love of passion and lust or excitement. Pink. Care, compassion, empathy, affection. Very building blocks of which love comes from, Aries. That love could be romantic, that love could be platonic, that love could be both. But it's definitely of the building blocks of affection, care, and empathy. Before all those other hues get mixed in. Aries, this could be someone who you're dealing with. Let me put it this way, someone who you know. You may know their name, Aries. You may or may not be talking to them. Could also be, Aries, someone who you have yet to meet. Okay, so that's that kind of energy. First sign, Aries. Let's see. The first element we'll start with water. Aries, we're going to start with Cancer. So Aries, if you meet a Cancer, if you are dealing with a Cancer, that Cancer's energy towards you, a Cancer for Aries, I have, excuse me, I have Knight of Wands with Nine of Pentacles. Someone is pushing forward. Someone is going to be receiving. Almost what's owed to them. We'll find out more. So that Knight of Wands, Aries, from Cancer. Ace of Pentacles. Page of Cups. Hangman. Interesting, Aries. I say interesting because very rarely do I get such forward energy from Cancer. I mean, I get different types of energy from Cancer, but I don't really get Cancer coming forward. Aries. Cancer really, really likes you. Cancer doesn't want to let this opportunity go by. In this energy with that Six of Pentacles, Aries, and also this Hangman, it does imply that Cancer has been thinking about the connection quite a bit, or that Cancer will require a little bit of time to either think about your connection. Perhaps Cancer has already been thinking about what kind of opportunity or what kind of relationship or what kind of partner they want. And it is possible that as they meet you or as they pursue you, as they get to know you, they realize that this is the person who I've been waiting for. But Cancer's energy is very forward in this. There is the element of thinking and time. Even bottom of the deck energy under that Six of Pentacles is Ace of Swords. Some thought has been going into that. If it's not thought around you, particularly in your relationship, then it's thought that Cancer's been doing in general. But Cancer is going to be really forward. Which is surprising because very rarely do I get such direct, immediate energy from Cancer. Cancer is going to be very upfront and direct. Not leave any question for doubt. Okay. Aries, let's go and check out Pisces. If a Pisces is on your mind, Aries, if you meet a Pisces, that Pisces towards you, Aries. By the way, I read my King of Cups as Pisces. Of course, Emperor is Aries energy. Something about you just makes a whole lot of sense, Aries. A whole lot of sense. Something that feels intrinsically right. Something that checks out. Or that Pisces is just extremely open to acknowledging. By the way, the moon is also Piscean energy. Like in this energy, it's like Pisces is acknowledging what they feel, and Pisces isn't afraid to act upon it in a good way, in a direct way, in another forward way. By the way, Emperor is also obviously a pretty strong, forward, direct, active energy coming at you, Aries. Ace of Wands is also Aries energy. Are you charming all the water signs, Aries? There is a little bit of energy here too, Aries, of that Pisces, especially with that Six of Pentacle energy that was bottom of the deck energy, Six of Swords here. There is a little bit of thinking that has to go on with Pisces, a little bit of reflection, but not much. Seriously, not much. It's like Pisces meets you. Pisces, maybe in this energy, it's almost like they're thinking about what could be rather quickly. Because it's like they intuitively know. It checks out in the logic side of things. And they move forward. They made a decision. That decision is that they like to move as fast as they can, as far as they can, and see where the connection goes. You have really good energy as well with Pisces, and as also very oddly, Pisces is so direct towards you. I don't know if your energy, I mean, I'm not pulling this on your energy, Aries, so I don't know if they're going to be coming towards you in very active masculine energy, and then you likewise are going to be very active and masculine as well. Or if you just sit in entirely passive energy and these water signs are like, sending you flowers, sending you little hearts, hearts for Aries. Oh, let's see, we're on Scorpio. Aries, are you going to charm all the water signs? All the water signs are going to see you, and a firecracker is going to be lit upon their feet and in their heart and come running towards you. Is that going to be also for a Scorpio? Let's see. A Scorpio for Aries. Scorpio is a little bashful. Scorpio won't come on as strong as the other two. I can't really say whether Pisces will come on strong or like who will come on stronger. Scorpio is going to need time to warm up. Not that much time, but in this energy, Scorpio will be very cautious. Perhaps because Scorpio has also been in a period of isolation Aries, and just not a period of isolation about love. It feels like an isolation about life. Scorpio is actually in similar energy to what that main reading was for you, Aries. Scorpio has been going through their own form of transformation, and they've been through some things. And so their first steps towards love, Aries, is going to be very cautious. Scorpio is going to be a little paranoid about getting hurt, a little paranoid about being vulnerable, a little paranoid about overgiving, overextending, a little paranoid about it being a one-way thing. That's Scorpio's energy. Scorpio is a little hurt. Scorpio's regaining their feet and things like that, but yeah, Scorpio's going to be like a little chick. You know, you see the chickens, and the chickens go squawk, 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 and they do the little neck thing as they walk, and they put their feet boldly on the ground. And if they know you and they know that you have goodies, that come up to you, and the chickens say, "Feed me." And then the little chicks, meanwhile, unless they know you, they do not run towards you. They say, "Well, we're tiny, we're babies, we don't know you." Peep, peep, peep. They cry, etc. Scorpio is the energy literally like a little baby chick. Scorpio is fragile, Aries. Don't abuse a little baby chick, Scorpio. Treat that Scorpio with kid gloves, Aries. Oh, so fragile. So Scorpio besides all the other things I said about Scorpio, in general about Scorpio, yeah, Scorpio is definitely embarking on a new change. Scorpio has look at that. Scorpio continuing to go and put the same message. Scorpio is consciously walking away from things, trying to do things in a different way. Scorpio is creating a whole new phase for them as well, consciously, deliberately, as hard as they can. Not have anything from the past. Scorpio is trying to wipe that all away. And with this Page of Cups clarified by two more pages, all about new beginnings, Aries. Very cautious and guarded, Aries. If you're dealing with a Scorpio, if you meet a Scorpio, know that Scorpio is skittish. Scorpio is fragile. Feels like Scorpio is hypersensitive. Precisely because it's in all this new, fresh, delicate, I'm not going to quite say immature, but almost premature energy. And I wouldn't really take anything seriously with Scorpio right now. And if you're dealing with a Scorpio, give that Scorpio time. If you meet a Scorpio, that Scorpio needs time to mature. Scorpio is making some really big changes in their life, and Scorpio is not yet seeing where the end trajectory of those changes will lead them. Scorpio is still evolving. Scorpio is still in their cocoon. So in this energy, I would not go and rush through Scorpio, because otherwise you could just be a part of that phase of Scorpio's cocooning before they actually grow into whomever or whatever they're going to end up being for their next phase. I would keep Scorpio as a friend. But Scorpio is going through some interesting changes. Go on to the next element. Who should we go to next? Aries. Let's see. We'll go into air. So definitely air. So Aries, if you're dealing with a Libra for Aries. If you meet a Libra, Libra says, let's get started. What's been the delay? What has been the delay? Aries, in this energy, it's almost like you perhaps have been oblivious. You perhaps have had other things to go and deal with in general on your plate. Libra is itching to get to you, itching to get things started, itching to go and form some attachments. Libra wants you to be attached. Well, something to keep in mind. Libra is so enthusiastic about you. Looks like Libra has been enthusiastic for you, about you for a while. I wonder why the energy is so intense towards Libra, towards you. Like Libra has plans about you, Aries, and Libra has been having those plans about you for a long time, and then they've had plans enough, or time to pass long enough, that they've had plans about the plans about the plans, and they probably have or would like to enact a whole bunch of surprises on you. I don't know, something about that. I don't know how I feel about that. It feels like someone's been having you on their mind in a very absolute way. And whatever thoughts they've been having about you, Aries, you should at least there should have been a conversation or two about them before their mind went in all the directions that they've gone in. That Libra. I've actually never really had one. I have before, but not typically. I haven't had Libra energy like that. Not in a while. What are you inspiring in people, Aries? So with this energy of Libra, it feels like it skewed more towards a Libra that's already in your energy. Either someone who you've been dealing with, Aries, or perhaps someone who you met a while ago, maybe someone who you met through friends or family. This person does see you as very much available, and this person does see you as someone who they'd like to go and have committed to them very much. I do feel this person has been around you or thinking about you, or if you have yet to meet them, they will be thinking about you deeply. I do think that Libra is, I don't want to say the word thinking, is thinking thoughts they shouldn't be thinking. But I do think that in this energy, it's like they have maybe the neighborhood where you'll live planned out, and what you do for holidays, and what they like to eat for dinner, and maybe wondering what you like. I don't know. It's just like things, or, what kind of clothes they like you in. I don't know. It's something weird with Libra. Libra's been thinking about you. A lot. Essentially, know this: Libra is definitely coming forward. Libra is going to go and try and get you to commit to them. Libra is almost fixated with you. Libra's fantasies about you is right now their fantasies. It's like they're planning out a whole entire life course with you without actually hearing what you have planned for life. and how you'd like to live it. In other words, too, it's like they're allowing too much of their imagination to take hold rather than hearing about the reality or building a reality with you. There's something about that with Libra. Libra really likes you, but Libra is also a little, don't crucify me here, just a little delulu. A little bit. I don't like that fixation energy, as I said, because it's like they're dealing with what could be in their head without taking the fact that you're an actual entity that walks and talks by yourself. Not just like an object that they go, wow, I really like that. I'm going to put this here. I'm going to go and do this to it. And I'm going to do that to it. And then I'm going to go and do that to it. And we'll all be very happy, right? I mean, you're not some object to be placed around. Let's see. The next sign is Aquarius for Aries. I think I may take a break and get some water soon, though. Probably do it after the Aquarius reading. So, an Aquarius for Aries. That Aquarius could be someone who you know or someone who you have yet to meet, Aries. And what I have for Aquarius towards you, Aries, I did sort of see that card, but this is the card I felt pulled to go and get, the High Priestess. Someone is very deep in their feelings, very deep in romantic feelings, feels like those feelings have been building up for a long time. Aries, do you know an Aquarius who you've been dealing with for a very long time? I don't know whether to go and say also in this energy, are there kids involved? Could this person see you, Aries? Could this Aquarius see you, Aries, as someone who they'd like to go and have children with? I don't quite have family. I have someone who they feel very deeply about, someone who they feel very romantically tied to. There is the element of children and fertility here. There is a big element for fertility with Aquarius, in Aquarius, but I'm not getting so much living life together and matrimony and walking it down and locking it down at City Hall. You know what I mean, Aries? So I guess first, Aries, I'm going to say that Aquarius is very taken with you. Perhaps Aquarius is taken with you in perhaps the wrong way. In other words, like this energy, perhaps Aquarius could get you, or somehow you two could form a child. However you form children. Yes, there is that energy there. Not quite seeing, as I said, locking it down for life partner energy and matrimony, but I feel there's lots of affection there, lots of attraction there, deep feeling there, and babies. I almost feel like ending it there, Aries, but I'll pull 3 cards for you. Aquarius and you could have babies. Seven of Wands. Five of Pentacles. Don't be too starved for contact and attention. that you miss out on steps that ensure longevity between your relationship. The emotionality is there. I can, of course, say the passion is there. But are the necessary steps for a foundation, the long-term glue there? Maybe things would just be done in a different order with Aquarius. I got like 3 aces back here. Also 2 Aries. Aries, if you allow yourself to be carried away by emotion with that Aquarius, there are kids there. There's pregnancy there. But I still feel like something could be lacking and something is not done exactly in the right steps that there should be. Now, of course, each relationship is different, right? Like some people aren't even meant to get married, right? Some people, they need that marriage, they need that commitment. Some people do a whole bunch of weird things with their relationships, married or not, or married and divorced and not. All I know is with that Aquarius is forming connections, but it's not like they're putting down the necessary foundation, and also perhaps they would not go and give the necessary follow-up for the connections they form with that Aquarius. And I do think Aquarius and you have lots of strong affinity. It looks like babies a lot. It looks like there's going to be life connections a lot. But it's disturbing to me that I'm not really seeing any life partner energy type of dedication. Like in that energy, Aquarius could be like, I love Aries. Aries and I have a child. And Aquarius could be there, I don't know, loving other things too. Aquarius could be in the energy of, I have lots of love to give. I don't know. There's something about that just bothers me. Hi, Charlie. I appreciate you too. Happy Thursday. Yeah, such weird energy there with Aquarius. Don't like it. Love, affection, feeling deeply, babies, and yet no life partner energy. I don't like that. Oh, thank you, Shireen. Thank you so much for the well wishes. I definitely am wishing the same for you. So the next sign. I feel like Aquarius's energy was kind of creepy to me. I'm going to go and do these. And thank you. I do feel much better. I now have like a dry cough. Like my throat still isn't back. My voice isn't back. Like I have a dry cough and it's like I have a dry hacking, but not, I'm much better than I have been in 2 weeks. Yeah, they're good. They're sleeping right now, which is why it's quiet. I was actually thinking of doing some lives later today of the cats eating. They are. they're really protective. And then the funny thing is, there are certain readings that just really set them off, certain energies. Like right now, they're really not reacting to love readings, but when I pull on love readings for people, they get all excited about that. And there's different energies that they definitely react to. Yes, they do. They get all excited. I swear they can feel the energy. They can feel the vibrations. They can feel that concentration. They definitely are conduits to the spiritual world, conduits to the unseen. Yes, they have. Yes, they very much have. Well, I think that even like with the way that I found the Calico Girl, I found her in such an unusual way. I wasn't looking for cats. Well, maybe I always am looking for cats. But that day, I wasn't exactly planning on getting a calico. Yes, they did. They definitely did. Oh, that's so creepy. Have you, Shireen, sent an email to remind him? Or have you been quiet on your end? You sent that to him on Friday or you sent that on Monday? I'm sorry, Shireen, that sucks. When was the last time you asked him? And also, too, if he has businesses, do you think you could make up an invoice and send him that? Sure, take your time. No, that's so creepy. And so many women that are there, especially when you're there, like, working gig jobs, etc., go through. When was the last time you asked him? When was the last time you sent him your bank details? Okay. So in the meantime, I'll continue with Gemini. Aries, if you're dealing with a Gemini for Aries. The Lovers is Gemini energy. Gemini's all sparkly towards you. Knight of Swords. I read my Knight of Swords as both Gemini and Aquarius energy, by the way. It feels to me like both. Ten of Swords is Gemini. Strength is Gemini. If you're dealing with a Gemini, Aries, whatever previously has been holding that Gemini back, that Gemini has come to some sort of peace about it. Gemini has been accepting things, accepting that they can't change the past, but accepting and realizing that today and the future are entirely new possibilities. Gemini's energy towards you, Aries, is very hopeful. So know that. Two days ago. And when was the last time you did your last live? He's probably doing this as well because he knows once he pays you, you won't go and do any work for him, and you won't meet up with him either. And therefore, you won't contact him. Right now, at least he has a game of, you know, you have to contact me. You need me. When was your last live? Shireen, if you're there, I think the best policy for dealing with him right now is to ignore him. Something to keep in mind. Ignore him. Get involved with the other things that are going on in your plate. And go silent on him because he's counting on that to go and keep connections to him. The fact that he'll realize that you are off to new opportunities and that he no longer has your attention is what will draw him to you. Did you hear that, Shireen? That poll that I just did for you? Right, I remember. Did you see that poll that I just did for you, Shireen? Yeah, he is. He's doing that because he doesn't want to lose the connection with you. Go back a few minutes, Shireen, and look at the pull that I did for you. Do you sew, Shireen? Do you sew, Charlie? Do you make jewelry? Right, you saw that pull that I just did for you, right? He's a creep. But essentially, with the cards that I just pulled, I did a pull for you maybe about 5 minutes ago. And the way to handle him is just to ignore him. Ignore him and continue doing whatever you're doing. And he's going to go and reach out to get your attention again. Okay, good. Yeah, don't put any more attention on him. And as I said, with his energy, he's not done with you yet. But that energy as well is all about long periods of ghosting and then reappearing. Just turn the tables back on him. He knows that the only way to go and get in contact with you again is for him to pay up. The pull was how to get your money, if he'll pay your money. Those were the cards I pulled under Five of Pentacles. How to get your money, if he'll pay your money. Yeah, I think I did it like right now we're at 107 of the live, 1 hour and 7 minutes. I did somewhere around like the 1 hour mark, like 5 minutes ago or something like that. Yeah, so just go back a little bit to the Five of Pentacles. I did a pull for you, Five of Pentacles. I've got the other cards that were in there now. When I pull these cards and these energies, I try not to hold on to them. But it was a Five of Pentacles. How to get your money, if you'll get your money. And of course, if anybody else would like to go and donate for readings that are coming up, you can let me know. As for the Aries readings, Aries, we did all the air signs, all the water signs. Aries, did we do earth signs and fire signs? I don't think so. You know, as I said a moment ago, when I pull these, they're, I don't really remember the specifics. Some energies I remember quite strongly. Like I do think Aquarius, you have to watch out that Aquarius doesn't baby trap you. To use that slang. But like the Pacific nuances, they go in and out. My cats, by the way, love Palo Santo. They don't really care about incense so much. They don't care about sage, but they love Palo Santo. I would like to grow this plant, Palo Santo. Yeah, I'm still here. If anybody wants to go and say hi, if Charlie is back, if anyone has any questions, any personal questions. And of course, if you're just watching, scrolling to the beginning to go and watch the live for Aries love. Well, I hope you enjoy. I do my best to give you the messages that are needed to be heard. And it's tiring too. It takes a lot of energy. There's a period of time on my channel when I did daily readings for all 12 zodiacs. And I would do them, I'd start at 4 a.m., I'd finish around 8 a.m. And then I'd be so, or maybe I think I tried to go and get it down to no more than 15 minutes of reading. But I still would be so tired, I'd have to go and take a nap. Sleep for like 2 or 3 hours afterwards. Be conked out. Literally out cold for about an hour or two of napping. Welcome back. Yes, Ace of Pentacles is there. Well, you saw also the sun at the bottom, right? I mean, I sort of forget, but I know the sun was in the bottom of that. Yeah. So basically, you need to basically employ his tactics. Do your own thing. Be unavailable to him. Give it a little bit of time. And either he'll reach out to you. Well, he will reach out to you again, but he'll either reach out to you to go and offer payment, or when he reaches out to you again, you can mention that money that he owes you. Well, no, I appreciate you, Charlie, and I think that sucks when somebody takes advantage of your work. But right now, just consider that the work that you did with that guy as something that will come through later. Of course, it's already been a bit of time that he's been delaying that payment. Yeah, it's just creepy. I think it's creepy. Yeah, I kind of think that a good portion of them are, they just meet, essentially they meet a single female who's there hustling to make their own money, hustling to get ahead in their own life. And then they think, oh, here's an opportunity. I can come in and I can, if I want to, I can come out. Or let's say they feel that they can go and do movements like that and not have to worry about somebody saying that, giving them the side eye and saying, get lost, or, I'll make you regret it, right? There's no male energy there to go and give them a likewise side eye or more. Well, they're all hypocrites. If he was real, he would have had that money into your account. Well, he should have had that money into your account right away. In fact, now I'd say too that if somebody does something like that, try and get the money up front. Say like, you're paying me for this event, or this thing, it's going to cost me blah blah. And that's also something that I found out in my other business too. Get them to pay up front. No, that's him taking advantage of your time. And we all know that nothing is more valuable than a lady's time. A lady's company is more valuable than that. Which is why I pulled for you, Shireen. Because he's taking advantage. Yeah, not unless that's his house and he's paying for it. And even then, there should be some like ties of commitment there. I know they should be coming over with groceries. He should be paying, making sure like, hey, I want you to be comfortable. How much is your rent? Or like, let me go and take care. Not just like that month's rent. I mean, like make you comfortable. A couple of months. If a man is coming around, he should be providing, like doing real providing, not just there, I don't know, putting his smell in your house. I guess what I feel, Charlie, if a man is wifing you, he needs to be husbanding you. If he's there getting wifely duties, and I don't mean like intimacy or anything like that, but spending time over in your house, I mean, that's your domicile. He stayed for 3 days because he knew that nobody would kick him out. He was taking advantage. And he also thought just by sitting like a pile of lard, he could go and, I don't know, wear you down or something. It's not even that. I think it's just the whole thing about an unattached female and then a male that's around. I had somebody that was giving me rides to work last year. And that person really, really, really wanted each time he drove me after work to go and sit in my house and have a cup of tea. And a lot of times too, it was like, it smelled like he didn't wash, but he just was giving me a ride to work. Or maybe he was picking me up from work. I forget. Something by the time I was getting off from work was there, but he was acting like, it was a business relationship, but he kept on wanting it to be more than that. And then as soon as he would come in, I'd work all day. I did like an 8-hour shift. I typically didn't even take lunch. I was on my feet the whole day. Last year I did that. And then he would go and sit in my house. And even when I would say that I'm tired, he wouldn't move. I would even leave him in the room drinking his tea and go off something else. But he would often stay until, like, I get back, maybe I get off about 7. He'd stay till 9, sometimes 10. Yeah, I mean, it's just, what can I say? It's just, I think the trends. But there are people that just take advantage of, as I said, that guy purely wasn't even my friend. I didn't even consider him my friend. We had nothing in common. He was older than me, much older than me. He worked in a completely, the only thing that we had in common was I needed a ride. He was nearby, and my ride was literally less than 2 miles away. Like, he lived within a 2-mile radius of where I lived and my job lived. My job was. But he was very much like, I need to be like, he tried to make it friendship. I would stop in the grocery store too and go and pick up some groceries before I would leave work. After I left work. And he would just walk with me in the aisles and try and treat it like a date. And if I was going through the other aisles, he was like, oh, we need to walk there. It was like insane. Man, you're driving back and forth. Also, too, he had nothing in common. He worked pushing trees down, cutting trees up, of all things, too. No, I agree. I agree. But we had nothing in common other than the fact that he had fantasies about me in his head. And because I was nice and polite to him and I needed a ride back and forth, and I could assume that he wouldn't go and like drop me off in the woods. But he was really dead set on trying to go and put this narrative of friendship and something more. He did it by sitting in my house and every weekend drinking his cup of tea. He was getting more and more of these delusions that I don't know, we were going out. Well, that's what he should do. But I could say with this person that I had, he was purely just a ride back and forth from work. He was even shorter than me. He was older than me. He was shorter than me. He was missing teeth. He was not educated at all. He had a background completely unsimilar to me. He also was a druggie. I don't do any drugs. Every single thing that was different with that person. And then the one that, as I said, the one that did that hired me and didn't pay, that I told you about last time, that person that did the same exact thing that this guy is doing to you, he also tried to do similar things. He also tried to come around, but he also got a little intimidated because, it's just not me at home. So he just wouldn't be dealing with me, he'd be dealing with my family. This, both were, well, that's another subject. Another subject to go and say on a private live. But it's just, creeps, I think. Sounds good, Shireen. Well, the one that didn't pay me, I met his mother. Well, he paid me like 6 months later, and then he paid me a fraction of the money he owed me. But he was trying to get me to meet his mother for a very, very long time. And eventually I did meet his mother because I got another job that was presented to me. And then I found out it was from him. One was, all these guys were seniors. but I also lived in an area where the median age was 60. I lived in an area that was very affluent. A lot of people were retired. I went there because it was safe and a wealthy neighborhood. You know, I wanted a place that I could go and enjoy being out without being, worrying about things. But all the people there, they were so delusional. It was like they all were taking drugs when they were 20, and now they were like in their 50s and 60s, and they still thought that they were in their 20s. They're still hitting on women that are old enough to be their daughters and granddaughters instead of hitting on women their own age. So I thought that was like also very disturbing. It was just like the lack of reality that they had. Hello, Brian. I sort of forget what the two people I spoke, they said the one that didn't pay me last year, and then the one that drove me to work. I think they were both just trying to emphasize that although I had a certain sort of background and a certain sort of education, I still needed a ride. It was like literally the ride was 2 miles away from my work. I could walk it if it wasn't cold weather. And it literally was like a 2 minute or 3 minute ride. I don't know, they just try and distort the reality and make you feel a certain way. Yeah, same. Same, Shireen. The guy that didn't pay me for 6 months, for those 2 weeks that I worked for him, he did the same exact thing, only he was trying to show me off to all of his friends and his family while I was there to work. I had never seen anything like that before in my life. And people kept on asking, how are you friends? How are you this? How are you that? And he would go and get into that. I was cutting it down. I was saying, we're not friends and we're not this or that. I answered an ad in the paper for a job, and that's what I'm here to do today. Like, I'm here to do an e-commerce site. That's what I was hired for. That's what I'm here to do. Why I'm here talking to you, I'm not sure. I don't know. All I know is that I think that when you're dealing with small businesses and you're consulting, you just deal with a lot of people who are inappropriate. And of course, you deal with that when you're in a corporate level too, but at least you can make complaints and you can go and file. There's steps you can go through to log that behavior to stop it. And when you're dealing with small business, unfortunately, especially as a woman, everyone sort of goes crazy. All my clients last year were from 50 years old to 85 years old, and all of them said really inappropriate things, and all of them acted in really inappropriate ways. And essentially, the work that I did and the projects and the businesses they had were nothing more than vanity projects. They weren't even, in my opinion, real businesses. And they also didn't have the foresight or whatever to create real businesses. So I don't even know if it's a matter of tapping into your dominant energy. It's just, there are people who, they're just finding new clients, finding people who are respectful and people who are actually doing real work, and people who aren't there to go play games. They actually have their time isn't up there for them to play like all these lousy games with people. That's all. I mean, who wants to go and tap into whatever feminine energy with people like that? That's what they want. They want you to have an interchange of energy, regardless if it's positive or negative. They want you to pay attention to them. They want you to acknowledge them, and they want to become a reality. And I think just realize certain situations and certain people are black holes. It's just a shame that there are so many people who play games, and especially when you're dealing with business. I mean, this isn't about meeting someone at some recreational point and that you actually like each other and you develop friendship. It's not like that. If you're meeting purely for business and purely for a specific goal to be had, and then they try and create something more of it, that's really disgusting. I think that's disgusting. There was another job that I worked at, and this job I worked as an engineer, and I was paired with this guy who was, again, like completely my opposite, but I was nice to him. I was friendly. He was actually, after all, the person who I had to go and work with. And the hours we were working in an agency would be anywhere from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We were basically working really fast trying to finish this project. And about 2 weeks in, or a week in, something like that, after a period of time, he asked me out to go and have drinks with him after work. And I guess, too, he was feeling close because also in the company that I was in, they had this policy that if you worked past 7 p.m., then dinner was on the company. You could order food from anywhere and get a free meal. And then if you worked past 8 p.m., you could order an Uber back home on them. And during, I think, that first week or something like that, when we were working overtime, he, and of course I wasn't getting paid for it. They're trying to say that although I was coming in there as a consultant, because they were considering me for a full-time position, all their full-time people were not paid hourly, they were paid on salary. So they wanted me to work overtime, but they didn't want me to get paid for overtime work. And this one guy that I worked with, my partner, I think because of that first week or two that we worked overtime, and then we ordered the dinner that the company policy allowed us to go and take, I think he was taking that as literally like us bonding. And then he asked me to go out for drinks. I told him I don't drink, which, I don't drink. And then I think he said something else, something to the effect of, asking me out, trying to make it seem like show me that he was interested. And of course, I wasn't interested in him at all either. Older than me, he kind of he was not fashionable. He was not attractive. There was nothing about him that I liked. And then he went and and then he, and as I said, he was an engineer, so essentially think like computer nerd. But he was an old computer nerd too. And then he always wore like a cap, and there were just certain trends I'm not going to go into that really like we were not the same type of person, didn't have the same interests, didn't look the same, not the same body types. I mean, nothing about us was not the same background, like nothing, educational background, not the same interests, like all these things, just complete no's. And as I said, I didn't find him attractive in the least. And because I refused his date to go out for drinks after work, he then, for the next 6 or 7 months, he wiped out my work, my programming that I did every single time, several times a day. So everything that I submitted for work, I had to submit it twice or sometimes 3 times, because he kept on clearing out my work, which made it seem like I didn't do anything. So then I had to re-upload it. There were the logs of it, but he kept on saying, "Oh, I didn't see it. Oh, it just, escaped my mind." Well, you could just do it again anyway, right? But he did that 5 or 6 times a day, continually to my work as I was uploading portions of my work. And the way that when you're an engineer too, they have these features. And you're there saying, like, I did, let's say, I styled the fonts, or I created a slideshow, I created this page, I did this form, whatever. And then you're checking off on the project management thing, all the things that you've done. So as I'm doing this over the course of the day, he's wiping clear my work when I'm already submitting it to letting the directors know that I did that, and like the project managers and so forth. So then I have to go back, and basically I was working each day doubly. I did something like 12 hours to 16 hours a day because I had to go back and do my work twice. Yeah, it just was it was insane. I guess I'm just saying that, like, there's no point in tapping into dark feminine energy if you're dealing with someone who you wouldn't want to deal with in the first place. And that sometimes when you have to go and work with certain people, it doesn't matter what you're doing or how you're doing it. They're just bitter. And they're a little crazy. But yeah, that was something. And that's like very common too in tech. Because also too, you're working with primarily men. Like, I can count the women that I've worked with on one hand. And all the men are there, basically give them enough time. They all think that, you like them or you love them or whatever. And then especially if they're single, they go even more on that. If they're married, they're sort of calling you. If they like you, they try and use cute words like office wife and things like that. I mean, just really inappropriate. Yes. To attract the right type of men, the right type of work, the right type of, energy. Yeah. Well, I think part of that is also raising up your rates if you can. Raise up how much you charge, make sure that you get paid up front. Understand that if you prolong a situation, it's still going to turn out a certain way. Like I told you about those 2 clients of mine that canceled last Thursday. I mean, I knew that the situation wasn't going to last. And I knew it could end at any time. But I still was hoping for something else to come up before that went away. And that's what I'm scrambling for now. I'm sure something else will come up. It's just finding it. I do think the most important thing, or the most valuable thing we can keep in mind, is that our time, our attention, our company. I mean, part of me is just so disillusioned in one way. Shireen, I think that just having the feminine energy is powerful. But I also think it's like you still have to be cautious with what you attract and who you attract. People are so loosely hinged, and they take a smile as meaning so much more. That's a disturbing thing. And then with so many areas legalizing drug use, and so many people taking psychedelics, and they're not seeing reality clearly. They're feeling a little too much like they are the main character in the world that they're in when it really isn't that way. And that everybody's affected to them in a certain way. And that's the disturbing part. I can also say too, with all the clients that I had last year, one of the commonalities too were that they they indulged a lot. Oh no, you're not. No worries. Not at all, Shireen. They do. I mean, especially too, because the whole thing is, you know, there's an exploitation that people are trying to have here. And again, that exploitation is because, again, just because we smile or we're polite or if we laugh or we have open emotions, they think that it means something more. So the fact that we can generally be happy people. We can genuinely be excited about life, even if there are certain things that are not going our way. We still see joy and positivity in it. It has nothing to do about them and nothing to do about impressing them or so forth and so on. It's about our own energy. And this has been going on for eons. I mean, our grandmothers dealt with this stuff. I know. They say don't smile, you know, and in Eastern cultures, they say don't give eye contact, like eye contact is a come on. Don't shake hands. Yeah. I do think that the cousin is involved. As I said, they kept your attention focused in one direction, and they were doing a whole bunch of other things behind the scenes. You know, I think about too when they talk about gender roles and how, let's say, men can overestimate. And of course, overestimation goes towards women too, I'm sure. I'm just not a man, and I never really had any overestimations about women. But I think about how, too, one of the things that I learned a little while ago was like for Orthodox Jews, for instance, how they send their children off to summer camp. And the little boys get to go and they get to canoe in the woods. The little boys get to canoe, they get to hike, they get to camp, they get to roast marshmallows, they get to do arts and crafts, they get to run around and play games. And then the little Orthodox girls, I kind of forget now if they get to do that while they're all young, but I think I don't think they get to swim and they don't get to run around. Maybe they get to do arts and crafts and things like that. But essentially, they go and they line up all the girls every morning in those Orthodox Pacific summer camps. They line up all the girls in a line every morning and they check to see if they got their period. And those girls that do, then they put them like in this whole sort of they don't get to do any camp things as soon as they become a woman. They don't get to run, they don't get to swim, they don't get to go and play outside. Isn't it? Yeah, I found that out by some people that managed, and then some confirmation from people that worked at those type of camps. Isn't it? That's just haunted me hearing about it. And those campgrounds, they're probably about an hour away from where I am right now. One of them. But just so much tethering of women. And then they're not even women, they're kids. They're still babies. They're kids. You know, there was a very interesting book. Have you heard of Credo Mutwa? This African artist, writer, shaman. Oh, check him up. His name is Credo, and his last name is Mutwa. Credo Mutwa. And I think essentially he got notability or notoriety because he claimed that he was abducted by aliens several times throughout his life. But he also was trained as a Zulu shaman. I think he literally was the religious representative, the Zulu like gatekeeper or historian for all of the traditional healing. He actually had a position that high up. And, you know, he has several books out. I mean, he passed away. I think he passed away in the 1990s. But he has several books out. You could find PDFs of it online. And he has videos. You can hear some of his interviews on YouTube. And he, I think, is very interesting because, like, he talks about how they distorted Africa's true history and Africa's true technological advancements, and also too how with the Europeans that came in, how they sort of distorted the matriarchal society that Africa had, and the fact that it was all the power was, or you know, the women essentially held the power in these matriarchal societies. And he talks about just like too, like what does that mean for a culture and a society when you have feminine energy leading. And it's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. And he just talks about too how so much of how people have, even the academics and the institutions and the books and then the movies and this and that, how they really keep on doing a disservice to one of the oldest civilizations, one of the oldest cultures, one of the spiritual achievements of such a large land that so many that just dwarfs, just by size alone, so many other continents. But he talks about also in that as well the true role of the feminine in society, and just how powerful that is. No, definitely check him out. I do think the way he lived his life and the way people treated him was really, really sad. I mean, he had a horrible life. He really did. But I also think that he is literally one of the most amazing people to be part of this century. Like, they don't talk about him, they don't celebrate him, but that man was talented on so many different levels. He really was a unique spiritual. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess too, when you think about the deaths of spiritual leaders and who's recognized and how much pomp and circumstance they give, and Credo Mutwa wasn't really given that much. He was given more after he died. But even right now, it's odd. Like, all of his books, for instance, all of his books are not in print. So even that knowledge is gate kept. But I definitely think look into Credo Mutwa. There's enough that you can find online for free, and read some of his stories, listen to some of his things, and the true history of Africa, which is what he which will, because I mean the Zulu tradition as well. When he became a shaman, he basically had to memorize all these stories that were stories before, accounts before, from the previous shamans. But he had a very hard life. He still was an extremely powerful individual. And the sad thing is, too, as he got more notoriety, people reached out to him. Like, they tried to go and say, like, oh, I heard about you. I'll go and publish your book. So write a book for me. I'll publish it. I heard about you. Give me your artwork. I'll go and sell it. And all these things that basically they approached him for, these people, because he wasn't used to, like, westernized licensing and things of that nature. They basically stole a lot of his things. He even had this necklace that proved that he was that had been handed down throughout the, I forgot what they call them, um, like the head spiritual person in the Zulu nation, but they have like this necklace, and even somebody attacked him, and they stole that necklace that is like entirely out of gold, very valuable, very old, and they attacked him and stole basically this prehistoric, priceless piece of work that's somewhere on the black market, somewhere out there. The necklace of the shamans. It is, but there's sellouts everywhere. That's the thing. And I think that, mm, yeah, there are a lot of people that do that. It's really a shame. Sure. What kind of question? For the Aquarius girl, I could take a look for a donation. And I can take a look. Let me know if you'd like to go and take a look at that now, or save that question for later. Do you have a lot of Aquarius people around you? In general, is there one sign that gravitates towards you? But yeah, let me know if you want to do the Aquarius girl or if you want to save her for another day. My cats are shedding like crazy. If anyone has any questions, just let me know. I'm around.
The best thing about Aries, the quality which helps Aries to rise to success, is Aries' ability to be inventive. And Aries can take any situation and make it work with little adjustments here and there. But basically, an Aries knows how to tweak a sentence, not just typical nose picking type of contemplation. No, Aries takes out a piece of paper and a pencil and then scribbles away his or her thoughts. The Aries mind is very, very complex, very complex, if properly developed. An Aries mind, few can match. That's Aries in your moon, your sun, 8th house, 12th house, or any of them. Aries mind. And Aries is you can't fathom the real depth of an Aries intelligence. That's why people are suspicious of Aries. Aries has to be careful. She or he has to be careful to be on guard because Aries' mind is so complex to the average person. You can call it a person. Other people call them Nimrods, non-thinking humans. The Aries could be crazy. The Aries could be out of their league. All these types of catch hoops, basketball hoops, language, all them to kind of they're scared of the word. Aries is inventive. Oh, let me go see. Hold on. Let me do.
Hi, hello, hello. Yes, I'm going to look right now. 1 minute. I was getting an apple. Oh, I was eating an apple. 1 second. I was eating an apple and thinking. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay. I am here. As I said, apologies. I was thinking about, I was eating an apple and then my mind wandered about a bunch of things. But yes, thank you so much. Let's go and see about this Aquarius female. No, I was just eating an apple. And then my mind was traveling to other places. So, Shireen, you're here, right? Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know that I'm not muted. I don't think I'm muted. And then I'm not frozen. And then we'll take a look at this Aquarius female. I wish this timeline was, I wish the comments were time-stamped. So, okay. Well, let's go and see. As I said, I did get off on a tangent. My mind just literally went to another place. Okay. Let's go and see about this Aquarius female. All right. So, does the Aquarius female have an ulterior motive? this woman who knows Hazel and is telling you secondhand information. Let's see. Does this Aquarius female have an ulterior motive? Why is she giving you this information? Does she have an ulterior motive, this Aquarius female? This Aquarius female. Yeah. I'll take pull a few more cards, but she definitely has an ulterior motive. It's like in this information, it almost looks a little bit like misinformation that I'm pulling. Very, very conflicting energy. Working hard to advance their side of the team, their side of the narrative, keeping someone in the dark, keeping someone from knowing the full truth of what's going on. Romantic energy, working towards the attention of someone who she feels very strongly about. King of Cups very well is also Scorpio energy. It's a male water sign. It's a male with a lot of watery traits. It's a male in romantic energy. We already know we're talking about a Scorpio. And then with that Eight of Cups, I still say, I wonder with that Aquarius female, I'm going to start pulling some cards on this, but just looking at the bottom of the deck energy, I wonder with that Aquarius female what kind of relationship that she has with Hazel, only because it seems like there was attraction there, and perhaps, it looks like his attention has been turned elsewhere. His romantic energy, his affection has been placed elsewhere. And she's working to produce a narrative to keep you in the dark. Especially, too, I have to say, I don't like the energies with both of these being eights. Yeah. And it's also, too, like this man who has been transforming his energy. This man has turned his attention away from his usual focuses of attention to new areas. He's been shifting his attention, shifting his heart, shifting his consideration. And let me also say, too, that before I pull Eight of Pentacles with Eight of Cups, we do have Eight of Cups. We have three eights right here. Eight of Cups, Eight of Pentacles, Eight of Swords, but I really dislike this too because it's like working for, eights are transformation and eights are destiny. There's other energies associated with eight, right? Eight is also power. But in some of the classic interpretations of eight energy, I dislike those two together. I dislike all three of them together. I dislike these two together because it's like for an energy that's about transformation, this is like working to block it. So first of all, she does have an ulterior motive. Let me say that. She does have an ulterior motive. I would say she's also quite true about the fact that she does have an insider knowledge. She does have insider knowledge, I imagine, about Hazel, but I do get insider knowledge. She has a bunch of information and she does wonder which ones to parse out, how clearly or how honestly to tell it. But she's all doing it not really to anyone's benefit with Eight of Swords. So it's a definite yes, Charlie. And if anything, I would say that her intention, she does have an ulterior motive, and her ulterior motive is misinformation. Misinformation, miscommunication, misalignment, and she's diverting your attention. Now, why is she diverting your attention? I'm not sure. Because there's a lot of interest in the connection. And the connection with Hazel and the connection with you. She has a lot of interest. Four of Cups, of course, is Cancerian energy. She has a lot of interest in this situation. It's curious. Oh, she has a crush on you. Yeah, I was going to say that she has interest. I mean, it looks like she has interest in both of you, but she definitely is interested in you quite strongly. It's all about diverting. In short, if they had a thing going on, I would say that either well, I don't know for sure without pulling it. I just know that she does have an ulterior motive, and her motive is for there to be miscommunication. That's the primary reason, miscommunication. And I do know that that I do think with the King of Wands, Eight of Pentacles, King of Cups energy, I do think that she has had a close relationship with Hazel, whether it's right now or it's at some point, she has had a close relationship with him. But I think that the energy has been changed. I don't think she's saying the absolute truth. Eight of Swords, Five of Wands, basic energy of the pull. What she's saying is not to be trusted. I'm not getting any malicious energy. Let me say that too, per se. Like, I'm not getting that she wants you to fall into ruin and, dissolve into a melting pile of like ooze, like, right. I don't get malicious energy from her, but I get manipulative energy from her. And that she's considering things without what's best for you. With him, King of Wands, Eight of Cups, King of Cups. I mean, I'd have to pull specifically for that, but yeah, they definitely had a thing going. I mean, he was in masculine energy in the relationship. For him to appear as king energy, for there to be king energy, involved detached romantic energy placed elsewhere. Passion, detachment, romantic energy diverted elsewhere. So I don't know without pulling whether or not they actually did more than just give love eyes to each other. You know what? You know, it's an energy that I get. You know, as I said, I'm not really getting any malicious energy of her towards you. I am getting her wanting you not to see the truth. And I almost wonder in this energy, since the King of Cups energy has turned away from her. King of Wands, interested, Eight of Cups, King of Cups, attention turned elsewhere. I wonder in that energy if she is pursuing you or wants to go and delay the connection between you two so that she can go and basically do things with you. I don't think it's too complex. I feel like she's not malicious towards you. She does have an ulterior motive. It's nothing to do about you personally. I think this Aquarius is a sensuous person and she thinks with her body. And I think that this Aquarius person, in order to make her point to Hazel, she wouldn't mind making that point through a physical connection with you. I'll put it that way. I think it's very simple. Hazel's attention has been diverted. She'd like to get to you first. She'll get to you first through her words, and then she'd like to go and get through to you in some other way. You know what I also think, Shireen, based on the previous readings that I've done up to this point, as I said, I don't really think it's so much about you. I think it's a relationship between her, the Aquarius, and Hazel. I wouldn't be surprised because the relationship that she had with Hazel is not what she has currently. Okay, whatever they did before, they're not doing it now. And I wouldn't be surprised, since she knows Hazel in that way, in closer ways. I wouldn't be surprised if she knows that Hazel's virility, she knows how Hazel's virility rolls. And she's also saying these things to Hazel because she knows how to attack him in his manliness. You know what I mean? Like she knows the ways to go and get him. And from the other readings that we did on him, I feel like she knows the most effective ways to go and attack him. And that's also one of the ways. You know, basically, I think she's doing all this to verbally cut his scrotum sacs. I think virility is sexuality and the amount of sexual aptitude and stamina and all those things are combined. Yeah, that's what I think. And I think that what she's doing is ultimately, again, nothing to do with you. It's just with her and Hazel. And I think it's a tacky thing to do, but she knows, and I would be surprised if she knows it's tacky, but it's nothing to do about you. It's a way just to hit him. She's hitting him where it hurts. And she hits him in below the belt because she knows that that's like an area in which he is a lot of talk, but not the strongest action. You can also think about this too in terms of virility, like another way to go. I mean, there's the standard definitions of it, but another way to think about it is, so women have fertility, right? And you can be thinking that the more a woman is fertile, blah, blah, blah. And likewise, the same way that you could judge a woman's fertility, you can judge a man's fertility.
Who's that?
Do you have another question? Or does that answer it? I think that it's just, again, nothing to do with you, nothing malicious. I do think it's tacky, but I think that it's effective because she's attacking. It's all about attacking him, and she knows the best way to attack him is basically who's more who has more game. I'll put it that way too. Who's more attractive? Who's more sexually potent? Who's more magnetic?
Well, how much you Oxford student?
Well, it's it's primarily about her and Hazel. And that Hazel's attention is not what it was towards her. And if she could go and prove that you are more affected by her than him, that's a blow to him. No, I would say sexual potency between her and Hazel. Who is a stronger sexual being? She's just using you. As I said, I don't really feel like it's anything to do about you personally. You're interesting, desirable person. And she's presenting herself in equally masculine energy. Be competition for Hazel. Maybe that is a little complicated, but from how I see it, I feel it's simple because it's all about her basically aggravated that Hazel isn't paying her the same amount of attention that he once did, and she's trying to prove herself more sexually potent than him. She's trying to hit him below the belt. he's not a real man, blah, blah, blah. Even, Charlie is, like I have more of a chance with Charlie than you do. Something like that. Exactly. Exactly. She's competing with him. And the prize is you. You are like the golden apple. So that's the gist of it. If anyone has, or if you have another question, we could take a look at that. One more thing I'll say, Charlie, about her. When I said that I feel like it's all about him, is especially when you're dealing with different types of sexualities and different types of relationships, different desires for different types of relationships, different forms of commitment, all those things, right? But essentially, what we have here with this woman is that she is cutting or trying to cut Hazel's balls off by showing that she has more of attraction, or she can get more attention from the object of his desire, or a closeness, that she could be closer with the object of his desire than he is. That's all she's trying to do. I don't know if the energy I got so much was I got possessive energy. With Hazel, she's possessive. She wants all of his attention on her. Before he gave her attention, now he's not giving, his attention is diverted. They have some sort of close bond, and the relationship has changed between them. And she doesn't like that. Well, if you'd like, you could think of another question and we could take a look. Yeah, I didn't get so much obsessed, and that's only because I was pulling from, does she have an ulterior motive? So that was a question I was pulling for. She very much has an ulterior motive, and I feel like she is in competition with Hazel over you. She doesn't have your best interest at heart, but she's not manipulative, like she's not evil towards you. But she it's not like she's doing this or saying whatever she's saying towards you for your best interest. And that's what I got, but I didn't really so much get. I don't know, think about it. But because again, I wasn't looking for obsessive energy, but I did get that. Again, I don't feel maliciousness. I feel like you're a golden apple. That's what I feel. And I feel she, like, basically her connection, or her interaction with you is all to basically cut Hazel's balls off, that's all. All right, I mean, if you have any more, something that specifically you want to go and see about her, think about it. Hello, John. I'm good. How are you? It's actually the first time in 2 weeks that I felt the best I have. Oh, thank you, John. Welcome aboard. At Mystic Moons, there's lots of different videos. John, you can, but I ask for a donation, either through Cash App or buy me a coffee, if it's a personal question. Take your time, Charlie. Otherwise, I invite you to go and take a look at the collective readings. I do lots of readings for all 12 zodiacs every week. And I also do other readings as well on politics, pop culture, paranormal stuff. And of course, if you can show a little love through donations, John, that's beautiful because my channel isn't monetized. I do depend upon viewer support. So what question? Okay, so write down your thoughts again, Charlie, about the Aquarius woman, and then we'll go and craft the question. Like, do you want to know if, like, think about what's the most important thing to know, too. Like, do you want to know if she and this Hazel ever had a sexual relationship together? Like, or what kind of relationship does she have, or what kind of relationship history does she have with the Scorpio? Right, that could be one question. Another question could be, how does she feel about you? Another question could be, I mean, that question that you asked was something like, is she authentic or something, right? I forget now exactly what the phrase of the question was. No, what was it? Let me see. What was that first initial question? Oh, does the Aquarius female have an ulterior motive? I mean, what do you want to know? Do you want to know what are, like, we already know she has an ulterior motive. What are her intentions? Why is she forming this into like a three-way relationship between you and the Scorpio? What does she really want?
She wanna buy some.
Does she want you to be her girlfriend? Does she want a threesome? I mean, not to go and get like, whatever, but the fact that it's a fact that she is inserting herself in your connection.
She's predatory.
Is she predatory?
But she usually
She's really posting your pictures online. That's not nice. That's not good either.
she's marking.
That's like marking you. Another question could be, what steps could be taken to cool her off? They could be guidance questions too. I mean, there's something that she has in her head that she's working towards. I just don't know what it is. You want to see that one? Is her goal having a threesome? Right. And that is ironic that you said that in your. Okay, so think about it. Yeah, if you think if you want to ask about the threesome, or if you want to ask if she is a predator. Yeah, I'd say that. I mean, she's moving close to you for a reason. Okay, so is that your question? What's in her head? What's in this Aquarius' woman's head? Okay. Let me know when you are ready. I am here.
How does this do this type?
Okay. So that's the reading that I'll pull for, is that message that's hidden. Charlie, does she want that? Does the Aquarius want what you wrote? And of course, if anybody wants to go and have their questions after Charlie, just send a donation through, send a little bit of love through either Cash App or Buy Me a Coffee, and I can add you after. There's definitely something up, and it's all about, well, she's aggressive. Okay, take your time. And no rush. In fact, I'm going to go and get some water. So I'll be back in about 2 minutes myself. Be back in a moment. Okay, 1 minute. Okay. So, does she want a threesome? Let's go and see. All right, let's go and see. In fact, for this, I'm also going to go and pull some moon cards. And 2 of them came out for this. Bottom of the deck energy, old flame. I definitely say that she and, is she an American? Foreign, abusive, and a timing card, fall. Could also be taking the fall. Oh, by the way, Charlie, are you here? Okay, so she's an American. She's seeing you in exotic light, being from overseas. She definitely has some issues about the whole situation. Anything that she says, I'm going to have to say, I don't think that she's coming from a good place. In the fall, it could be like she's hoping to go and maybe have something culminate coming this fall, but it could also be about you taking the fall. Someone taking the fall, excuse me, and it's not going to be her. So, first of all, let me say in this energy that I have here, she wants to conquer you. She wants to put her mark on you. So know that, first of all, before we talk about anything more than that, that's where this all comes from. It definitely is not because she honestly likes you, she loves you, first love at first sight type of energy. It's all about conquering. Okay, so know that as well. I don't feel like essentially her intentions come from a good place. They come from power and control, dominance, and also to employing strategy and waiting for the right moment to approach. Has she spoken about meeting up with you? I got this card again, by the way. Has she spoken about coming to go to England? Does she live in the same area as Hazel? If you went to go and visit Hazel's area, would you run into her? Okay, well, she expects that. I do wonder if that trip's going to happen in the fall. And she definitely expects that. She anticipates that. She expects that she does expect that she'll see you. And I'm going to pull one more tarot here. I am going to keep that six of wands. You know what I get? I get more than a threesome energy. I get that she wants to dominate you completely. Even I pulled again on having a threesome, just one more clarification card. And I got the Hierophant, bottom of the deck energy, Nine of Cups, Queen of Cups. It's all about domination. It's all about control. Yeah. I don't see this in any other way. She wants to dominate you. She wants to conquer you. She wants to control you. She wants to monopolize you. She wants to control you. You hear my cat meowing in the background, right? I'm getting not so much threesome energy as much as I'm getting all for herself. Let me say this too in this energy. If she thinks that she could go and get to you quicker or easier if there is a threesome, then she wouldn't be opposed to it, but she would definitely take a very active role. She would be very dominant. Something's probably off on her in the first place because she's seeing you like a mouse, like a cat to a, like she's a cat and you're a tasty mouse. She's viewing you as something tender to bite into. Okay, so that's what I see there. And keep in mind, she very much is all about power and control. She doesn't have your best interest at heart. She does want to dominate you. She wants to conquer you. And I don't think in this energy she's a healthy friend. Have your guard up. Yeah, she's funky. And the cards, I feel the cards say it all with her connection. Both readings. But this last reading was disturbing because we pulled for that question about the threesome. And it's not even romantic energy. It's not even lust energy. It's all control. You know what it is too, Charlie? It's sport. It's very, very creepy, I think, when you think about it in those terms too. It's not even attraction and lust. It's sport and dominance.
Because he's being the beta man. What's more interesting for a man who has little sexual problems, whatever they may be, which can be upped or, magnified or downplayed, than watching women? A lot of men love lesbian women. They do. It's amazing how many good looking, fit, attractive, cosmopolitan men get their kink on by hanging out with lesbians. It's amazing, but it's a fact. I'm just saying it's not. I'm just saying this is something that it's not unheard of. It's not unheard of. And I'm not saying that, I'm saying the fact that this woman and her lesbian tendencies turns him on. And maybe you have to even think about that you may not even be the first time the scenario has played itself out. Who knows? When people have certain kinks like that, they have practice. I'm just saying, watch out, okay? I'm just saying, watch out. This is some crafty stuff going on here. See this? I'm eating this garlic raw. And it's pretty intense. I'm determined to get super well. And it's taking my voice and my mind away. Not away, but it's exploding. And I'm just nibbling it. I haven't started really chomping on it. Oh, that's hot. Oh, that's bitter. Okay. All right. I'm having garlic and pineapple juice with vitamin C. That's my du jour appetizer. That's good. Yeah. I know. I mean, some people, if they find a happy face, somebody's just doing what they want to do. They just do anything to get in between all that. And that's a fact. That's the sick part about everything. Like, I mean, you try so hard to do this and that and blah, blah, blah. And then there's always somebody who, instead of doing their own thing, they're being envious of what you're doing because you're doing it. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it myself. But I do know it's a reality. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. There's always, I know, to draw a line with people, it's kind of hard sometimes. Because I mean, some people just wake up and they have all these plans, and others they're just like, wow, it's a good day. The air is fresh. There's no chemtrails in the sky, and da. But others are not like that. That's true, but you gotta also. Well, right now, I mean, psychic energy is fluid. There's a lot of opening going on because so many things come up like minuses. So many things come up as that doesn't make any sense. I mean, you start by just watching. You just watch the television, watch the cable, and how many things that you watch in a half an hour that don't make any sense. That anybody could say, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And yet they say each thing with a tonality and as though it was the word of God, the judgment call. It's because if a person's kinky, a person's kinky, somewhere along the line, their brain synapses don't form correct, point A to point B. It just doesn't. And it could be from drug use, it could be from psychosis, it could be from both. You don't know. Could be from booze, could be from psychosis, period. There's many types of psychosis. And there's one thing that tarot readers and therapists, mental therapists, shrink psychologists have in common is because they deal with the if factor. I think priests, rabbis, imams do the same thing. There's this line because people are not being told what their real origin is. And if you don't know yourself, how can you know anybody else, right? And how can you even know what actions are safe and not safe? She's nuts. Oh, yeah. Even, I mean, like, I have nothing against lesbians, of course. Nothing. I see nothing. I mean, I don't think somebody's, blah, blah, blah because they're blah, blah, blah. But when they start playing games, and like, what you're describing, then I see something crazy. It smells. Reminds me when I was in Miami Beach, and I met this attractive man once. Oh, a few times, but not him particularly, other attractive men. You know what I mean? I was out in the prowl looking for clients or looking for some interesting people. And I met this guy, and then he was a nice height, nice body, and he seemed safe. He was cool, and he was attractive. I forgot what he did, but he did something interesting enough for us to interchange, start a conversation, and then within no time, I forget if I asked him a question or something, but he was straight up saying how all his friends, he loves lesbians. He just adores lesbians. He was feeling me out, obviously. But he just loves being in their company, in their society. He loves girlfriends that are lesbians. You get what I'm talking about? This is where I got the root of something that, I always hung out with a lot of like people who are in the arts and cultures, and a lot of them have like cross-wired genders, put it mildly. But it didn't bother me because I got my thing. Da-da-da. But when somebody is actively wanting me to be an active participant, yes, yes. And in fact, too, I'm a tall person. So when I walk around, like, let's see if I was walking around like a college campus, and this has happened, I've had little small gay guys, unstructured stuff. And I mean the femme ones, not the butch, not the masculine gay guys. Well, I mean I have all types. God, forget it. But I mean they're competing with me, like I'm the queen here. I'm Miss Queen. It's like, well, okay. I mean, I'm not even like on this planet when I'm walking around. I mean, I can, I'm aware of my safety zones and da da da. But on my mind, I'm thinking about what I have to get done. I'm not thinking about what flower, I'll put it that way, is in front of me. I'm not going to sniff you. I'm not even going to bother. You walk that way. I mean, I've seen performers just go through hysterics just by crossing paths. In fact, also, it goes even further back. I remember when I first moved to Miami Beach, and there was lots and lots and lots of non-Americans there, and it became an issue to who would have walk away with a sidewalk. Now, I'm not about to fight over trivia like that. I mean, you want to walk first, blah blah blah. I'll just walk in the road. And then it became an issue because I would walk in the road and they would go, well, she's too good for, look at her. It's like, there's no way you can win. There's no winning. I'm just saying the fact that no matter what, it's like that somebody will find something to deal with you on something if they have that kind of energy. If they have that kind of energy, that combative energy. All right, got this much down on my garlic. Not much, right? Take another chunk. Ugh. Wow. Oh, that was intense. Okay, but you know, there was a time I had something, I was sick, and I ate 30 of these things. I was sitting. I don't think I could do that today. All right. All right. Yeah, I'm tall. I'm tall. Yeah, I'm tall and I'm thin. And I'm a vegan. And I'm into homeopathic medicine, which is why I eat garlic. It's a rough way of curing, but it works. I wonder how many I have to eat of these. Well, I got half of it down. See, half of it down. Ooh, that's hot. Ooh, that's hot. Ah, that's nasty. Ugh. Garlic. Garlic and pineapple. Okay. It's almost like hot sauce, right? Well, it's kind of strange. I mean, you have to get into like, I guess, lesbian culture. I mean, I've had a few lesbian friends. I've had like a couple of them, and uh, they kind of like to be like your shield, from my experience, anyway. They like to, I mean, dominate you. Well, yeah, not fight you, dominate you, like boss you around. Like you go this way, you do this. Bossy, not bully so much. Yeah. I've been a vegan for forever. First, I started as a vegetarian, but then as it was like before I think I've been a vegan since I was about 13 or 12, something like that. Ever since they started talking, my mom said about mad cow disease, and I said, forget it. No more milk, no more ice cream, no more this, no more that, and that's how it's been. Yeah, I'm a yeah. So I think so. I think whenever somebody tries to dominate the other in a marriage, any relationship, friendship, marriage partner, it's abusive. Because nobody wants to be boxed in, right? I don't like it. Even when one of my cats tried to, I got this much left, got it down. Even when one of my cats tries to, like, you know, a, be more dominant than me, um, I don't like it. I mean, I think we all live together, And there's no reason to be bossy. But sometimes lesbians, they seem to, excuse me, lesbians, I have many friends who are lesbians, blah, blah, blah. I'm just talking generally, just like you could say, well, you can't really say anything today anymore. Everything is like, P's and Q's. Some people dominate. Some people, they like you, family members. You can have siblings. Bend the knee to the oldest, the will of the oldest. Bend the knee to the whining of the youngest. I mean, there's so many things that are all mind controlled because it's all rather silly. Anyway, you get what I'm talking about, don't you, Charlie? Actually, vegetables, produce are very expensive. You don't really, I mean, they're getting more and more expensive. And I don't think anybody with these tariff wars, imports, is saving any money. They make you pay to eat. No, uh, uh, no. And food shortages are here, coming. I, organic grapes. There's no organic grapes. Even a jar of peanut butter. Amazon was selling it, a 16-ounce, 2-cup thing, $18. $18. Now, luckily, I found someplace else where they don't really like, this size, this brand here. $18. This tiny thing, $18. $18. And how many? And I just make protein bars. So the Libra was lying about these Aquarius. Well, that's another question. That's another question. That's another question. I don't know, but right now I know for sure that this is not a good thing. Yeah, I know. And if you don't, if, I don't know, it's so peculiar. I think it's just so peculiar. I just don't understand it myself. Why we waste our time doing this. But anyway, so I think you just tread carefully, okay? Just tread carefully. All right? Just tread carefully. I mean, think about like, what their motivation is, what her motivation is, what his motivation. Don't play their script, okay? You understand? Write your own play. And if they want to read it, charge them. All right? Okay? You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. And if they're too much to deal with, just unplug them both for a while. Unplug them. Right. Just unplug it. You don't have to deal with everything all the time just because somebody else wants you to deal with it. Hey, later. Main thing you got to do right now is get out there and get some clients. And just read the ether. Read the ether. It's very strange vibrations going on. But it's out there. And nobody wants to say the magic words anymore because everybody's like trying to like pretend things aren't happening, but they are happening. Yeah, I know. And that's just peanut butter. I mean, if you get like cashew butter or almond butter, it's already, it's scary. It's scary. I mean, you get a few little soybeans and some filtered water. And then, I mean, that's like $5 a liter of that. No, it's crazy. It's crazy. Especially too, a lot of this stuff is, vegetables and beans and stuff are grown outside of the United States. And that calls tariffs. And they're going to make tariffs or taxes. It's not even calling them tariffs. Tariffs are like calling things UAPs, right? When they're UFOs. Stop with the name changing. Hmm. Does this Aquarius know Hazel is my divine counterpart? Well, you'll have to put a donation in for that. No. Does he? Huh. Well, I think this woman lurking around is draining you. I mean, she's like supulous, right? Supulous. That's what she probably is into. They're probably into a lot of sexual spirits. I feel that kind of energy. Incubus and succubus. Maybe that's how they kind of get their kinks off. Isn't that weird? That's really weird. Their kinks. Supulus and incubus. Huh? Whichever one you want to go with. Well, figure it out. This is what question you want to ask. Exactly. Think about it. Just think about it. Well, which question you have? Let's see. This is crazy. Hazel. No, Hazel. I. Hmm. Well, obviously something's going on. You know that. Something. Hmm. That's a good question. Does okay. Uh, uh, is that a good question? This depends on because of the way she's moving. Yeah, it's decent. That's decent. That's what trying to find out just how manipulative. What is she doing? She obviously is doing something. I mean, she has intentions. You know that. Nobody does anything without a reason, especially someone like her. Yeah. She is definitely something. Let me finish this garlic. All right. All right. That's hot. You probably can smell the garlic. Oh, that was rough. Oh, that was rough. Ah, garlic spirits. Wow. Okay. Garlic and pineapple. Hot sauce. Strange kind of germ, I call it, that I need to take like such measures. Eating garlic raw is not for the faint-hearted. It's like, you're sick of being sick. And it has made a difference. It definitely does make a difference. It's just rough. It's not an easy thing, but it works. Now I only have 5 more clothes at least to get down. Maybe how many? Should I eat like 10? Mm, maybe. Maybe. I think I should slice it up a little bit though. Sorry, I had the sound off by accident. Yes, thank you for the love. I appreciate it. I really do. You're so sweet. I don't want any of these barracudas, these nasty people trying to make you play games. If you want to play a game, you because you want to, but to be, somebody's puppet, no way, no way. Got it? No way. Does she know? Does she know? Hold on. Does she know? No. Does she know? I think she does. But however, let's ask this. Now let's see. Does she know? This one. I sense a devious look in this face. This face too. I see a knowing, a knowing. And we'll see what kind of knowing. These faces are strange. No, I feel a mild, like, this is mildly curio. This is a curio. But I keep on getting a strange type of frowns from the back of these cards. I'm going to take one more. Oh, this one. Now, let's see. Does she know? Does she know? All right. Does she know? Yes. Well, sometimes they look inquisitive, but sometimes too, it's like the concentration. It's a strange looking face, isn't it? Now, this face here, now I feel a little bit of empathy from the back of this card. Now, what does it say? But I also feel the determination, the world. Ah, that could be an opening the world. How the world sees empathy and determination, meaning the world it opens up to you. She's opening up to your natural self, your vibration, your light. At the same time, she sees your blessings. She sees where you could be, where you will be, where you should be. So there's a certain amount of like, it's probably the basis of her stimulation towards you in general. Yes. Well, you know what cats are all about. Cats. Cats. The world. The world. Hmm. The world. Cats are very possessive, but they're very contained, right? They're very possessive of their territory. And this Scorpio is her territory on some level. And she's not about to relinquish. She's not about to. Look at this card. See? Look at that cat. Cats. Cats are as cute. Cats are, you wouldn't think they are what they are, but they're very primordial creatures. And then here, we have the Eight of Cups. The Eight of Cups. She's trying to set up a scenario. A scenario. A scenario of what? A scenario to make as much confusion, to make as much static, to make as much noise. This is like almost a noise, so much that you get overwhelmed. Okay, she sees the world is open to you. The world gives you the world is open to you. It feels empathetic. And in the back of this card, I see intent. Intent is to create noise. 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 Static, confusion. Not for something to be. Now the back of this card goes. This is more intent too. More her what you would like to see happen. The Ace of Cups. She wants you to be open to her as almost like the flashlight out of the fog, the flashlight in the darkness, the biggest sound in the room. See? Ace of Cups. She wants to open you up to other things. But she wants to be part. She also recognize your connection with Hazel. She can recognize it. It's obvious. And she is trying her best for this. So here we have the world. And here we have the Ace of Cups. But on this one, excuse me, we have the Eight of Cups, the noise, the elements. She wants to create enough hassles for disinterest, for a diversion. Now, this card, this is also a hope card, but this is also, what if this happens? We have the Seven of Cups. Again, these are making the thought provoking. This is just too much. If she can create enough, either for you or for him, that she could like enough noise, enough choices, enough scattering of the purpose, not enough of the directness. If she could like cancel out this Ace of Cups and this opening of the future that the two of you could possibly, your friendship could bring. She is in the way. Obviously, you could see that. I mean, this is to try the noise card, right? To get you disinterested, to make enough, either you or him. And this is for you to think this is too complicated. Now let's see what this one says. The Four of Wands. The Four of Wands. This is almost like, well, we can play together. We can all be together with this. Look at this. We could all play together. She's like the fifth wheel. She's the third wheel in a bicycle. She definitely wants to be part of the scene. And you know what? I think they had something like this in the past. This is not the first time, or it's something they discussed. I'd be wary of these two. I would be wary. This is the Four of Wands. You know that we all play together, we're all friends, we all do this, we all do that. We. Not you and him. It's called, him, her, and her. Or her. I don't know, this is complicated. She knows where the two of you could be. Ace of Cups and the world. Very powerful. Ace of Cups and the world. And then we have this Eight of Cups. And we have a Seven of Cups. And what do we have when we have cups and we have fire? Well, I think if we have all played together, which is another scenario, that she has elements that she would like to pirate. Because there's a lot of manipulation going on here. That's why. It's look at these forces. We have the Eight of Cups. We have the noise factor. We have in your way. You have a right to be incensed. Why is this woman standing in your way? You haven't, or he hasn't. I don't know. There's something going on. And even if it's not, let's say, real, active, it's something that she is trying to make active. Well, the whole thing is, I would see that there's a whole lot of like, it's not just you and Hazel in this thing. That's something, I don't know why. I just feel that something is telling me, some element is telling me, elementary, elemental spirit is telling me that this is not T for two. You understand what I'm saying? There is some other things going on. It should be simple. It should be so divine. But you know what? There's elements in this. Elements. There's elements going on. Even the Seven of Cups. Choices, choices, choices. Don't limit yourself. Life is short. Life is young. The day is just beginning. I get all these types of things of like more, more, more. I get these agitations. And whenever I see this Eight of Cups, now, Eight of Cups is almost like it's like you set up a scenario. It's almost, generally it's an apathy card, or it's like one missing. Something is missing. Something is missing to make the attention disperse or to go away and think about it. And then this clingy all in the club one, which is good for the world, the Ace of Cups, and the Four of Wands on many levels. But these two cards, that hints plural, plural, not simple, plural. You understand what I'm saying? This makes plural. Plural. To think about the choices. To look in the back. Look in the back. She's this Eight of Cups. You see this. You see this. Look in the back. Look in the back. Look at me. I think she knows. I think she knows quite well. She's trying too hard. Look at this. Look in the back. See? Look in the back. And then choices. Choices. All these things we could do. All these ways we could do this. Things like that. So what should be in a happy card, togetherness, it's crowded. It's crowded. It's crowded. The cat is also searching for more. More. There's not. This is not the. It's not. I think she's just creating the noise with alternatives. The seven is all these alternatives. Looking back, what you've missed. Now, I'm not putting out the fact that she at one point had a relationship with Hazel, perhaps some kind of relationship, obviously, or something. Something. It's lingering and reminiscent and thinking about all these possibilities, which is, and then she is, now let's say this is your relationship with Hazel, Ace of Cups, and the world. And it should be something like this, a unity. But there's her, her, this Aquarius woman. She's a sticky one. She's She is a sticky, sticky, sticky one. Answers, no, I think she's looking for placement. I think she's looking for a space between you and him. She's looking for a space. And she's trying to latch on to a way to be relevant. Do you understand what I'm saying? She is. I think that there's something going on. But you know what? She has, you're probably a formidable like person that she has not come across recently. So she has, she is going, she, until he tells her, bug off, until he tells her, leave me alone, leave us alone, she's there. She's there. And she doesn't want, and she's the type of like, almost like ex girlfriend who comes and shows up every so often to see how her former boyfriend is. And she's ready, like, hey, you want to meet for lunch? You want to do this? You want to do that? She's almost like the grime you can't get rid of. Well, she knows very well your relationship is, and she's trying every single thing that she can to interject her space, a space, so she could be part of a happy home. The Four of Wands. She could be in your sphere, in your club, in your web, in your palace, and elsewhere. She's not happy to be in the courtyard, no. She wants to be 3 seats, not 2 seats at the table. Yeah, right? Well, I would say, well, you do know what's going on, right? You know what's going on, what she's trying to do. And I mean, she's just trying to see which way you flow. She's trying to see, do you flow that way? Let's give a cleanse. Let's send her. So that's what I see. That she says she doesn't want to be, uh, you know, it gets kinky. I mean, it seems sweet in some way. You know what I mean? It's like touching. It's not really touching, but it's something, something, something. But the end goal is to get kinky, real fast. Of course, she knows. She knows. Of course, she knows. She could feel it. She could feel it because she's trying too hard. She could feel the beauty of it. And then he's probably talking about it left and right. And she's probably never seen him so excited, so stimulated. Well, I don't know. I'm just saying that this is a little bit Well, I'd watch and see. Because obviously, it's all going along with some kind of plan until you're without a doubt sure of the plan. I mean, it would be nice if it's just this the world, the world. The Ace of Cups, right? Ace of Cups. And then, the Four of Wands. That would be beautiful, right? But however, we have this card. Mm, we have the Eight of Cups. Look at that. And even look at the action in the back. See? And when we have all these choices, we have all these things. What about all our past? All about the things. Yeah, that's what I see. She is there as a troublemaker. Mm-hmm. Right, right, exactly. Okay, exactly. This is what I'm saying. So, anyway, you know what to do and how you have to do it. Well, okay, but she obviously, now, I mean, one and one equal two, two plus two, blah, blah. But plans, where does this equations all go to? That's something you have to figure out. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. However, we do know where she's all coming from. And we do know what her end goal is. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I would be very careful. In other words, too, I would make sure that she couldn't get anything that I signed, any paper of my signature, or anything of my writing. I would also could not get any of my hair, my follicles. I mean, I would be careful about this woman. Even I keep my distance. This is something up there. Seriously, seriously. I'd be careful. Yes. Keep your distance. Don't let her put you in a particular area. No, she has plans, scenarios, scripts. Nah, scripts. And as I said, you write your own scripts. And then people will pay you to listen to them, not vice versa. She's not, don't let her have control. She can't have control unless you give it to her, anyhow. And that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen because, hey, go write your own script, right? Tell her to go do her own thing. Leave you alone. I mean, please. Go away, right? You're telling her to go away. Go away. Go away. Go read a book or something. Okay. All right. Mm, well, she's definitely got some kinks. She's got her kinks. She's a weirdo, that's for sure. It's like she must be like going around with some kind of like bear spray or something. You know, the way she like, I own this. This is mine. I own this. This is mine, or something. She's a weirdo. She's very strange, and she's obsessed. She's obsessed. That's when somebody is like strange and quirky. Strange. I mean, you never know what gets them off. Anything could get them off. And I mean off. Either could be, you know, any direction of offness. Something, I mean, strange. Strange. As I said, people are weird. And then to get in between other people, that's even more peculiar. Right. Right. Well, as I said, you gotta be, it's just that a lot of times, a lot of lesbian, well, I can't say these things, but a lot of people get obsessed with other people for the strangest reasons. And then sometimes it's so strange, like yourself, you don't even realize somebody's getting obsessed with you until they're already full blown running down the street, like, ooh, and it's just because you're busy. You're busy. And they don't have that kind of busyness. They don't have that type of need to be busy. Yeah. He's not ready to he's not ready to, well, he's not ready for, or is, he's not ready for a lot of things. Because if he was, why would he have this woman so much as his in between his things, his business? That's strange. Just leave it. I go out and buy myself a good book and read it, or download it. You know, she's definitely like munch, right? She's a muncher. Yep, yep. But some guys like that stuff. I mean, it's his fault for allowing this to develop because he feels more desirable, blah blah, when he has like all this action around him for some reason. Which I mean, it's weird. It's not. It's not necessary, right? It's not necessary. It doesn't put on a happy face. It can be very, very simple, but why make these things complex? Why? It could be a pattern. It's part of their oomph. It's part of their thing. Anyway, I think I've answered your question. And I think you should go and reflect upon like just how you want to like deal with this or not deal with it. Because I mean it's pretty easy to see where it's going, right? And it could be some kind of play that you don't need to be in. It doesn't sound like wow. It's not exactly wow. You get what I'm saying. It's something that kind of sounds kinky and it smells kinky and it's something that I don't think you're going to be pleased with. In fact, I know you won't be pleased with it. But it's almost as though, do you want to play this game kind of thing? And that's something you'll have to, decide on your own. But these people, I mean, it sounds like players. That's all. Not, it sounds playful. Not playful, but players. Right. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's messy. It's messy and it's stupid. It's messy. I rather take care of like 20 cats, 10 dogs. I'd rather pick up horse poopy. Who needs it? Who needs it? Let them have their little urban fantasies, and you could go. You have too much to do. Too much to do. Okay, but this is how it smells. And as I said, I actually have seen all this stuff kind of, or like it's not uncommon. Unfortunately, it's not uncommon. This kind of stuff. But the game is the same. Yeah, right? Need it. Life things are complicated enough without becoming per pervy. Too many pervs. I mean, it's like please. Too many excuses. It's like being around somebody stoned all the time. It's like, please. I don't need it. I don't need it. It's not it's not nice. It's doesn't do anything. All right. So I'm gonna go take a break now. I have to do some business, other business. But I think you could see that this is not for you. It's not worthy of you. It's BS. Please go play. Like, I'm not doing this. Right? You're not doing this. That's all I'm gonna say. Right. It's even doubly kinky. I mean, it was kinky enough meeting someone like this. To meet somebody who actually does that kind of stuff. No, it's too. I don't need kinks. I need who's like, and you need somebody who's going to be taking care of you with all this BS going around in the countries. It's like, please, not somebody who's like, playing with themselves, please, and playing with you too, on such a vital. This is an historical moment, one of those pinnacle moments in history. And you don't need daffodils. We don't need daffy daffies. We don't need flowers. We need trees. We need oak trees. No, it's not for you. All right. Okay, Charlie. What do you want? Okay, so I'm going to take a break for a while. All right? Okay. He'll be around because when he finds out you're not going to play, and then maybe they have another plan, but we'll listen. We'll see. He's going to see, I'll have to do this. And she'll go, I'll have to do that. Who knows? We'll have to find out. All right. Until the next time, okay? I'll speak to you again. Okay? God bless you. Get some rest and don't get bogged down with these idiot trips, okay? I know you won't. It's just something that sometimes people are just funky. Okay. Until the next time, God bless you too. Sweet dreams. Until the next time. Bye. Bye bye. Okay. Bye.